coordinate with. It's this drawing here.
No, it's a different one. It's I don't know if this one. It's the one right there. That's all mine.
This one. So I just sent you the drawing, and then so that's the one we're doing to go out to get. So over on the right, Sarah is starting a bubble for our color cup. We're going to make what looks like a little bowl almost. We're going to fill it with clear glass, and then we'll have a layer of color on the outside, and we'll shape that into the stopper for one of these apothecary jars. Can we put up stuffing the color cup solid? So in the center, Sarah is shaping the glass. The tool in her hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So today we're working with a guest artist, Crystal Campbell. She's the woman sitting at the steel table. She's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So everything we're making today is her design, but the glass is being made by our team, according to her design. Sarah's gone over to the pipe cooler. We lay the steel pipe in that trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole. The glory hole is the name of that round oven. There's no glass in that oven. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Gabe is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. We're going to stuff the bubble into what's called the optic mold. The mold has ridges, and when we blow the bubble in there, we come out, our bubble will have a ridge texture on the outside. So we're making a stopper for one of these large jars here. You can see sitting at the center bench. He's got several sets of calipers. The calipers are set to the dimensions that they want this stopper to be. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place, make just that part of the glass extra hot and extra soft without disturbing the rest of the object. So we are working for our guest artist, Crystal Campbell. Crystal is the woman sitting behind the steel table on the right side of the studio. So everything we're making today is her design, and the actual objects are being made by a resident team of glassblowers. When we invite an artist from outside of the glass world, they come up with ideas and designs, and we make them. So the folks in the center, sitting at the workbench, are Ben Cobb, head of our glass shop. Seated to the left, Gabe Feenan, and standing is Sarah Gilbert. These guys are all super talented glass blowers. They each have more than 20 years experience, and they're employees of the museum. We're going to drill a small hole in the base. Over to the far right, Gabe is preparing a second steel rod called a punty. We're going to transfer the glass that we're shaping in the center from this rod to the rod that Gabe is preparing. So here comes Gabe with the punty. We attach it to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll make a little notch in it so they have a place to break it off cleanly. When they feel that bond has stiffened up enough to bear the weight, then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Take the tweezers, drip them in water. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. Little tap, and off it comes. So now the glass piece is held from the opposite side. The side that previously was attached to the pipe is exposed, and now that can be heated and shaped. So these jars that we're making for Ms. Campbell are sort of based on old-fashioned apothecary jars, glow jars that you'd see in the window of an old-fashioned drugstore. And they have stoppers like this. So this is going to be a stopper for this jar. Does anybody have any questions? Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist will be giving a talk here in the Hot Shop to tell you all about her work. She's a multi-talented artist. She works with videos and installations, paintings, all sorts of stuff. That'll be starting at 1 o'clock here in the Hot Shop. Can we put up some of Crystal's artwork up on the big screen? This piece she's looking at right now, this is in our current exhibition. Two-way mirror, so you can see it live across the hall. These are some drawings that she's done for us to guide us in making her objects. We're about done with this stopper. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So this stopper that we're making is going to go in a jar like this. Does anybody have any questions? No, we're remaking those because she wasn't happy with them. We're remaking the stoppers. So that big black oven is called our annealer. We keep it at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. The slow cooling process is called annealing, and if we didn't do it, all the glass we make here would break. So we're going to make another stop. This time it's for the glass in this drawing. Can we put up the drawing up on the big screen? See if we can get the right drawing up there. Anybody home? Yeah. Yes, that's it. So we're going to make the stopper for this drawing. Yeah. Do you guys have any questions? No. I haven't counted them. I would say, oh, maybe 5, 6 hours. So we're making everything in parts separately, then we're going to put them together. But yeah, so maybe 45, 50 minutes to make each part. And they cool overnight. Then we're going to have to grind off the little excess parts, like here, and then we're going to assemble them. Over on the far right, we're doing what's called a color overlay. Sarah, sitting down, has blown a bubble of clear glass. Gabe, standing up, has heated up a bar of this purple glass. And we're going to coat the clear bubble with the purple glass. Everything while we're working is going to look orange. The orange colors that you're seeing are the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing with the glass. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly overnight. So you can see those guys are going over to that oven where everything we made yesterday is there. And it's just about cool now, so they can check it out. Stuff we make today will go into that black oven over on the opposite side. So we're making another one of those, another stopper, but for a different kind of jar, different style. One more like this. Sarah's going over with her bubble to our glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. If you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram and shows you what our furnace looks like inside. It's a big ceramic pot holding 1,000 pounds of melted glass. All the glass in that furnace is clear glass. It has no color. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from that big furnace. We heat up a chunk of these colored glass bars, and we melt a layer of colored glass over the clear glass. That's called a color overlay, and that's what you just saw in the little video. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So over on the far right, you can see Sarah. Sarah's shaping the glass. The tool in her hand is called the jacks. She's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is where we'll be able to break the glass away from the original pipe. If you look closely at Sarah's bubble, you notice that there's a kind of fade of the color. The color is darkest at the part near the pipe, and it gets thinner as it goes towards the end. So now we're going to transfer that bubble from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Gabe in the gray shirt is bringing the punty. When he feels that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Can we put up the stuffing the color cup solid? So Sarah is making what we call a color cup. If you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. Ben, here on the right side of the studio, is collecting some molten glass, which we're going to use to fill the color cup. So we'll have a solid piece of glass with a layer on the outside of color, and we'll shape that into the stopper. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? We're making the stopper for one of these big jars. It's the top that plugs it up. It isn't going to look like a stopper till the end, but right now we're just making something with a little shell with color, and we're going to fill it with clear glass, and then we're going to shape that into the stopper shape. What are they going to be? They're going to be displayed in an art gallery. Over on the right, Sarah's heating up that bubble. She's going to open it up. That's what we call our color cup. And the glass that Ben has is going inside the color cup. So we're going to take the color cup off the metal rod. We're going to place it in a little stand on the floor. And then Ben will come over with his glass and fill the color cup up with the clear glass. This is called stuffing a color cup. And it's a way to get a layer of colored glass on the outside of a solid piece of clear glass. So we place it in that stand. Ben comes over with his glass, and he stuffs it inside. So the two are joined. So now we have a solid piece of glass with a thin layer of the colored glass on the outside. If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest called Kids Design Glass. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And we have a little video show you what we've done with some of the kids in the past. Can we play Kids Design Glass?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. And so I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you want to enter, there's only one restriction. You have to be 12 or younger. And there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And it doesn't cost anything, so go to it. Oh, they're professionals. Ben's working here 27 years. What? This I'm making a stopper for the jar with.
Oh, okay. Nice. So these are all professional artists who work here.
Yeah, they're employees of the museum. Uh, when we work with the guest artists, some of the guest artists are from outside the glass world. And they don't know how to blow glass, but they make designs, and our guys make the actual object.
That's really cool. Really beautiful.
I get the idea. Well, ladies like Crystal there, they think about things that they want to make, things in their imagination, and they draw a picture, they give it to these guys, and then they make it. Does that make sense?
What do you think?
Thank you.
So what's the main effect?
So we're shaping this stopper with a pad of wet newspaper. The part that goes into the jar is the part that's sticking out. The part that you hold at the top is the part attached to the pipe. There's two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with a torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just the part we want to shape hot and soft without disturbing the rest of the object. So right now Ben has a what we call the hot torch, a propane and oxygen torch, and he's heating up the area of the stopper that he wants to shape. Glass has three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. No one knows. The first man-made glass dates back about 4,000 years, and there's no record of somebody inventing it. So Ben is shaping the bottom of that stopper with a graphite paddle. He's every once in a while you'll see him check the thing with calipers. So it's got to fit into one of these jars. So he's taking some measurements off the jar, and he's making the caliper to the stopper to those measurements. So he takes, the interior measurement of the opening. He's going to make the plug that same diameter. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? On the right, Gabe is preparing the punty, Punty. This second steel rod we're going to use as a temporary handle to hold the stopper while we shape the opposite side. We're going to attach the punty to the bottom of the stopper. Once we feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So the second steel rod will act as a temporary handle to hold it while we shape the opposite side. So now Ben shaping that glass with the paddle. We're going to stretch it out a little bit so he's pinching a little glass at the top so you can get something to get a hold of. Does anybody have any questions? If you came in a little later, our guest artist is Crystal Campbell. Crystal is the woman sitting by the steel table. She's an artist from New York. She's currently a associate professor at SUNY at Binghamton State University, New York, at Buffalo. Sorry, I don't know why I said Binghamton. She's been our guest artist all week, and she's been working with our team of glassblowers to make this series of apothecary jars. So it's a series of jars based on the old-fashioned jars that you would see in the window of an old-fashioned drugstore. Ms. Campbell is not a glass artist by trade, but she does occasionally make things out of glass. And you can see one of her pieces across the hall in the exhibition called Two-Way Mirror. Can we put up the Henrietta Lacks piece from the Two-Way Mirror exhibition? So for the moment, we're testing out our computer for the lecture that's happening this afternoon at 1 o'clock. So occasionally, you'll see the image of the hot shop disappear, and you'll see some of the slides from from Ms. Campbell's presentation that we're going to do at 1 o'clock. It's hard to make a very pointy point with the glass. One of the ways to do it is to draw the glass out so it gets narrower, cut it off, draw it out again, cut it off until the point gets progressively narrower and narrower. The glass wants to be round, so you got to kind of coax it to be pointy. Oh, they're machines that can blow glass into metal molds. So most of it is blown by machines. This is the old-fashioned. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So this is a stopper that's going to go into one of these jars. Over on the right, you can see Sarah's put on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished stopper to our annealer. When she grabs that glass, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll cool it slowly overnight. Everything that you see out here today had to be made at least a day ago, because everything had to cool overnight. So we've taken the stopper over to our annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Has anybody got any questions? Just give you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Inside each of those machines is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. That's Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. If you look up on the big screen, can we put the, yeah, there. So that's, if you look up on the big screen, you'll see the, what the furnaces look like inside. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like we were dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, it blows up like a balloon. So in the center, you can see Ben has just put up a drawing. That's for the next jar that we're making. Has anybody got any questions? Hi. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? So we're starting the bubble for the next jar. Sarah Gilbert in the center, has coated the end of her pipe with clear glass. Gabe, the man on the far right, is heating up a bar of colored glass, and we're going to coat Sarah's bubble with the colored glass. All the glass in our furnaces is clear. It has no color. We buy colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat the initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. We play color overlay.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So if you look over to the far right, that's what they're doing. We're dropping the color onto Sarah's bubble. The round oven that Sarah's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It has no glass in there. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Can we put up the draw for the jar that we're working on now? So this is the drawing by our guest artist, Crystal Campbell. And the bubble that Sarah's making right now is going to become the large center part, I believe, of this jar. So right now, Sarah's letting that bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with more clear glass. Each time we dip it into the furnace to coat it, it has to be a little bit on the cool and stiff side so that the bubble doesn't collapse when immersed in the molten glass. Does anybody have any questions? It'll be that violet. So Sarah's going over to our furnace. She's going to dip her bubble in our big tank of molten glass. She'll twirl it around until it's entirely coated. Gabe's inspecting it for bubbles or debris. At this point, while it's thick and gooey, if there's something in there that we don't want, we can grab it, yank it out, and snip it off. Whether it's a bubble or some impurity. Sarah's going over to our pipe cooler. It's a T-shaped metal trough. When the steel pipes get hot, we take them over to that trough. We lay them in the trough and then spray water on them. The water cools the pipe down and makes it easier to hold. We're shaping the glass in a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the tool is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So we're making a kind of a large jar, and we're going to need a fair bit of glass to make it. So we're letting this bubble cool and stiffen before we're going to add another layer of hot molten glass. Each time we dip it into the big furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. And between gathers, we let the bubble cool and stiffen a bit so it doesn't collapse. So now we're going over to the furnace. We're going to get some more glass out. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. It's going to be quite a bit of glass at this time. Ben is taking it over to the pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to grab the glass, that's the time the pipes really get hot. We spray them with water, and that cools them down and makes them easier to hold. Ben sitting at the bench, shaping the glass, using a tool called the block. Sarah standing up, was helping him turn the pipe. And Gabe, sitting to the left, is blowing. So that bubble now is hollow, but it's still quite thick. And we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. Ben sitting down is shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. We put up the drawing. So this is the drawing that we're working from, and we're making that center bulbous section. Does anybody have any questions? So Ben, tall guy, shaping the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, Marver. We use it to shape the glass. We also use it to cool certain parts of the glass off. The parts that are rolled against the steel table will be cooler, and then when we blow into the pipe, those parts will expand less. So we can sort of control how the glass blows up. We're going to blow it into a mold called the optic mold. It's a cast metal mold. And we pull it out, the bubble will have a ridge texture. So this isn't the final shape. We just blow it into that mold to get the ribs. It's hotter than a volcano. Sarah's blowing into it as Ben is trimming some of the excess glass off the front end. So in the center, Ben is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks. He's making a narrow part at the top of that bubble. His assistants are turning the pipe, and he's squeezing it with the jacks, those big metal tongs. The round oven that he's heating it up in now is called the glory hole. We put up the glory hole diagram. So there's no glass in there. It's just a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. And we use it to heat and soften the glass while we're working. When we lean the glass down at an angle like that, The glass is soft and will stretch under its own weight and make the bubble longer. As Ben is shaping it, his assistants are holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. Does anybody have any questions? How do they keep the ribs from being smooth? Well, the ribs are pretty persistent, so if they wanted to erase the ribs, they'd have to work pretty hard at it. Most of the time, we just do it by eye. The colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. And so we colored glass in the form of those bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. If we want to make a green bowl, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of the green, and then coat the clear bubble with the green glass. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Let me explain it to you. It'll go easier that way. So we start out by taking the pipe and dipping it into the furnace and making a little bubble of clear glass. Then we cut off a chunk of the colored glass, heat that up, and coat the initial bubble with the colored glass. Then we'll put more clear glass on top of that. Can we put up the color overlay diagram? So if you look up on the screen, we have a little diagram. So we make a clear bubble, drop a big blob of color on top, smear the color till it coats the original bubble, and then put clear glass around that. And when we blow it up, that colored layer lines the object with color. So that's true of all these things that you see here that are colored. It's not colored all the way through. It's just a thin lining like is on that picture. Once we blow it up, it looks like it's made out of solid colored glass. When he holds it down at an angle like that, the glass is soft, and the glass will stretch under its own weight and make that bubble longer. So as Ben, sitting at the center workbench, shapes the glass with a wooden paddle, his assistants hold wooden paddles in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the glass and the arm, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. We're going to add a little clear flat disc to the bottom of this. Gabe, over on the right, is collecting the glass for the disc. He's going to bring it to Ben, and Ben's going to shape it. All glass appears to be orange when it's hot. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass that we're adding right now is clear glass. It's quite hot, so it looks orange. That's only temporary till it cools off. Does anybody have any questions? The next thing we're going to do is transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. So right now, it's held kind of here from the top. We're going to grab it from the bottom, and then we'll shape the top. Gabe in the gray shirt is making the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass. And we'll use that as a temporary handle to hold the jar from the bottom while we shape the top. Here comes Gabe with the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We'll attach it to the bottom. We'll make a little notch in there so we have a place to break it off. And when we feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. You may see Gabe wiggling it a little bit. What he's trying to do is gauge the stiffness of that bond. Ben is scoring the glass with a wet file. We're going to put a few drops of water where we want it to break. The water will crack the glass. A little tap will release it. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? It's about a quarter after 12. At 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Crystal Campbell, is going to give a talk here in the Hot Shop. You know about our contest for kids? comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month we pick one of the drawings and make whatever they drew out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. Free to enter. There's a little there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And you can either do the drawing now or grab an entry form, do it at home and mail it in.
Okay. That's a good idea. Thank you. Are you gonna do the drawing? Yeah.
We just got here. Have we missed anything?
Yeah, you missed the whole morning. What do you mean?
I don't know when you started. Or you just.
10 o'clock.
Oh, so it's just ongoing.
Yeah, we've been working for 2 hours. So Ben is stretching out the glass at the top of our jar. The glass at the top of the bubble is always thick. So we take those crimps and stretch it out a little bit, and then we're going to cut some of that off. Oh, well, when we put it in the fire, material gets soft, and it's kind of like taffy. So when we pull it, it stretches out, and it thins the glass as we stretch it.
But like while it's on the pole, how do you guys keep it from not like flopping over or just snapping off?
We turn it. They're always turning that pole. So if we stop turning, the glass would sag like that. But by keeping it turning, we can keep it on center. It's hotter, it's softer than it looks. Yeah. Does that answer your question? You guys have any questions?
Do you have any questions? How hot is? Oh.
These are called color. This is This is how we buy our colored glass. You know, when you want to draw a picture, you buy crayons, different red, blue, and green. Instead of buying crayons, we buy these colored bars of glass. Hotter than a volcano. Oh, 2,300 degrees. That's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Oh, about an hour. So Ben is shaping the neck of this jar. He's going to trim a little bit extra off. He's going to squeeze it down a little bit, make it narrower. Periodically, we have to heat up the connection between the steel rod and the jar itself. That connection is fragile. If it gets too cold, that connection will break. And by too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. We put up the drawing. So we're making that big center section. Ben is using the torch to heat up the shoulder of that jar. We want to get it extra hot and soft, so when we blow, that shoulder will expand. We're going to blow the air into the front end. We're going to use a tool called the soffietta. It has a little cone on the end. We'll place the cone in the opening. That'll make a seal, and we'll blow through the central tube. Sarah has the soffietta. So do you guys have any questions? Yeah. Can we put the drawing up again? Can we put up the drawing? So look up on the big screen. That's the drawing that we're working from, and we're making that big center section. Well, we do it when the bubble is smaller, and then we blow it up. Yes. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? If we get a... So if you look up on the big screen, these molds that we blew it into are called optic molds. They have ridges on the inside. We drop the bubble in there, blow, and it makes the kind of a thick and thin part around the outside. And then when we pull it out, it's got ridges, and then we blow it up like a balloon. Sort of. This will sit on one of these bases, but we remade those stoppers. That was the first ones we made. She wanted them somewhat different, so we remade new stoppers. So we're going to add a little rim to this vase. Sarah's preparing the glass over on the right. She's going to bring it to Ben in the center. He's going to wind on a little rim. Let's see, we have one here like this. So here comes Sarah with the glass for the rim. We'll wind it on. And Ben will shape it with a tool called the Coppa, C-O-P-P-A. These folks making our glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. The man with the hat is Gabe Feenan. He's been blowing glass for 27 years. The tall guy without the hat, that's Ben Cobb. He's our head of our glass shop, and he's been working glass for 30 years. And then Sarah to the right of center in the black shirt and shorts. She's been glowing glass for 23 years. These guys are super talented professional glass blowers, and they're working with our guest artist, Crystal Campbell. So everything we're making today is Crystal's design. It's being made by our resident team of glass blowers. What time is it now? Oh, it's about 12:35. At 1 o'clock, we'll probably will our guest artist is going to give a talk here in the hot shop, tell you all about her work. She's a very versatile artist. She works on many different types of materials, and today she's working with us on glass. Could we put up Ms. Campbell's piece from the Two-Way Mirror show? So if you look up on the big screen, this is a sculpture by our guest artist, Crystal Campbell, and it's part of our show across the hall called Two-Way Mirror. So you can see that live, finished, and in person. Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. You have a question? So Ben's going to take a little measurement of the opening in the top of the jar. And later on, we're going to make a stopper to fit in that jar. So we've got to know what the dimensions of that opening is. Yeah. Put it on the table and let it flow. Say what?
This is the rod that starts with.
No. 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 These are rods. We call And when we want to color something, we make a bubble from the big furnace, and then we cut off a little chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with just a skinny little layer of colored glass. So, no, no.
Rod doesn't get hot. The guy holding the rod, that doesn't get hot.
Not as hot as you would think, no. It's pretty much what you're looking at. So everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take this off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 925 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat, and it slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. Sarah, to the right of center, has put on some Kevlar gloves. She's going to carry the finished jar to our annealing oven. Give the pipe a tap, the jar will come off, and into our annealer, cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Campbell, our guest artist, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Ben Cobb.
I think we're just going to make a color cup for the stuff, and we're not going to make the stuff later.
Can you make a color cup now so one?
Yeah, just to take up a little time.
Has anybody got any questions? So now we're going to make what's called a color cup. One of the pieces we're going to make this afternoon, we want the color to fade from dark to clear. And so we're going to, could we put up stuffing a color cup? The solid one, I think. Nope, I guess we can't. We'll have to wait on that. So just to the right of center, you'll see Sarah Gilbert. She's sticking her pipe into the big furnace. She's coated the end with a little hot molten glass. That glass that she just added is clear glass. The yellow-orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Over on the far right, Gabe is heating up a bar of the colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. So the glass that Gabe is heating up in the gray shirt, that's a bar of black glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the black glass.
Testing, testing. It's a little low. Maybe we can turn it up more. Yeah.
Okay, I'll make sure it's popped up a little bit more than when it's done. So.
Does anybody have any questions? The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Yeah, we buy these like an artist buys paint. We buy them from a company in Germany. They cook up the different colors of glass and make it into bars. No, they don't mix. They're too viscous. They're too thick. You can overlay them. You could put a transparent blue over a yellow, and it'll make it look green. But they don't mix like paint.
So you always just overlay stuff to create other colors.
Yeah, we can overlay it to adjust the color. And they have, when we buy this color, they have like 200 different colors. Have any questions? So over on the right, we're making our color cup. That's what we're going to use this afternoon. Sarah's blowing a bubble. After we finish this color cup, then we'll begin our talk with our So Gabe is blowing, and you can see the bubble getting bigger like a balloon. We're gonna make another piece, and we want the color on the outside. So we're gonna take the color cup and we're gonna stuff it with another bubble on the inside, and we blow it up, and it'll have a layer of color on the outside. Can we put up? Oh no, we can't put up anything at the moment. So next thing we're going to do here, making the color cup, is we're going to transfer it from the rod it's on now, Sarah's pipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Gabe is preparing the punty. Gabe in the black hat, black and gray. So we're going to use the punty as a temporary handle to hold the color cup from the bottom while we open up the top. Sarah's heating up her bubble. We're going to open it up. We'll put the color cup in the garage. The garage is this oven over here. That'll keep it warm until we're ready to use it. And then we'll start with our guest artist lecture. So Sarah's now going to take our color cup over to the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm until we're ready to use it, but it retains its shape.
Hello, greetings everyone. My name is Jabari Owens-Bailey. I'm a curatorial education program manager here at Museum of Glass, and I have the pleasure of introducing you today to our visiting artist, Crystal Campbell. Crystal is here today because they're part of a two-way mirror, which is the exhibition which is the exhibition that I curated that is across the hall from here. And Crystal makes amazing work. Crystal Campbell is a multidisciplinary artist working in painting, collage, sculpture, installation, experimental film, and hopefully during the residency has been able to create these apothecary objects that will be used in the upcoming exhibition. A little bit about Crystal. Crystal is a multidisciplinary artist, filmmaker and writer of Black, Philippine X, and Chinese descent from Oklahoma, whose work centers on the underloved, working through archives, omissions, and rumor. Crystal finds complexity in public secrets, fragments of information known by many but undertold. Crystal's creative practice spans filmmaking, painting, sculpture, performance, writing, and site-specific installation, has had amazing honors, which include the Guggenheim Fellowship, Creative Capital Award, Harvard Radcliffe Fellowship, the Pollock Krasner Award, McDowell, Skowhegan Residency, as well as Whitney Independent Study, and many others. So without further ado, I will hand you over to Crystal, who will tell you all about their work.
Thank you, Jabari, for that beautiful introduction. Can you hear me okay? Okay, lovely. It's hard to hear myself with the sound of the furnaces. But I'm really excited to be here, and I'm just going to sort of walk you through some past work and tell you a little bit about what I've been working on with the Hot Shop team here. So I am from Oklahoma, but I live in Buffalo, New York. I teach in the media study and art department there, and I've been there for nearly 3 years in the fall. And my practice, I consider it a sort of excavation of public secrets, which is information known by many, but I consider it to be undertold or underspoken. I work a lot, as Jabari mentioned, through different mediums and forms. Color is incredibly important to my work, but working in installation, sound, performance drawing, film, writing, and public interventions. And I'm thinking a lot about notions of the underloved. Does anyone know who this woman is? Yes. Who's that? Is what? Yes. Absolutely. So I don't know if you could hear that, but she said they stole her cells. She is Henrietta Lacks. They stole her cells in the 1950s, and her cells are still being used for COVID research, actually, and the COVID vaccines, tuberculosis, polio, first cells sent to space, first human cells sent to space, and they are the most cloned cells in the world because she had the first immortal cell line. and was not credited for that. Um, Her family found out when the family was contacted to extract more material from them. And I wanted to sort of think about value in relationship to Henrietta Lacks and to other things that we value. At the time of making this work, I was in Amsterdam, and there was, this sort of conversation around the diamond history and the Jewish population that was disappeared and killed, but they specialized actually in diamond polishing and cutting. So you had this sort of population and skill set that vanished as well, like all of this knowledge and sort of awareness of how to work with one of the most difficult sort of materials in the world. And I wanted to think about diamonds and value and Henrietta Lacks and this idea of foreverness through her immortal cell line. So I worked with a molecular geneticist who was very skeptical of working with artists. So I had to sort of prove to him that I was not going to do something crazy with it. He had had other artists who approached him to extract cells and inject them into their own bodies and grow, other types of parts from mice or things like this, who wanted to sort of be mad artist scientists. And he said, come meet me. I need to see who you are. And we had a nice conversation. We ended up growing Henrietta Lacks' cells on diamonds, on rough diamonds. And this work was created, which, going back to Jabari, curated into the show across the hall. Give me the proper title of the show. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So a two-way mirror, thanks Jabari. A two-way mirror, which is a very important show, showcasing the work of Black artists thinking and working through glass, which adds a lot to the sort of conversation and the history of glass that we're seeing now. And I think it's really important to sort of understand how these artists are working through this material and through these histories. So this is Portrait of a Woman 1 and 2. And I wanted to sort of think about art history and all of these sort of portraits of women in art history who are noted in this sort of very generic way as men without their names, and also add Henrietta Lacks to this conversation, and think about what is a portrait, like this sort of portrait that is constituted by our DNA, by our cellular material, epigenetics, and also the portrait of someone that I can Google online. And so this portrait on the left is from Google. I wanted to sort of think about, these portraits, and now it's even more complicated with AI because we don't know which portraits are actually portraits that are rooted in reality, right? This is a piece called Currency, and it's a video piece that's about 3 minutes long, and a friend of mine who's also a really amazing artist, Angela Davis Johnson, has these braids and these cowrie shells in her hair, and she is, I call it a sort of Black woman's refusal piece. She is sort of shaking her head through this sort of, these very erratic movements, almost as if there's a trance, but also it's sort of the gesture of refusal. This is a piece. I'm from Oklahoma, as I mentioned, and many of you might have learned or known about the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre that happened there through or other materials and historical sites. But one of the things that I always found really striking was that I went to all public schools in Oklahoma and did my undergrad at the University of Oklahoma, had mandatory Oklahoma history, but not mention the Tulsa Race Massacre in those 24 years that I was going to school there. And so I learned about it through another artist. And when they told me about it, in my mind, I was like, okay, I need to go back to Oklahoma and sort of, really look at this and really sort of understand what was going on there. And this was an installation at Memorial Art Gallery from one of the stills in the film that I painted over, and the projection is behind it. We did this wall wrap with also one of the stills from the film. And I should say that I don't have a clear still of the film here, but the film material is sourced from Solomon Sir Jones, who was a black man, one generation out of slavery, who decided that he wanted to document all of the thriving black communities around the United States. And he took a film camera and traveled across the United States and also abroad to document this history. And so these particular images are from Tulsa around that time. I also was looking for, when I moved back to Tulsa, I was looking for images of people thriving in Tulsa, black people thriving in Tulsa. And I'll show you this first because it took a while to locate these images. This is Notes from Black Wall Street, Where Are the Stars? And I took these photographs and decided to sort of paint over them and incorporate ceramic material. So if you can see this, I'm going to use this laser pointer here. Like these purple fragments are ceramic shards that I made. They're made and then integrated into the work. But one of the things that was really important about these particular shards was thinking about omissions and thinking about land, right? As I was looking through the archives history, there were parts of the paper that were deliberately cut out, and that informed the sort of the formal aspects of these works that have holes cut out of them. And also thinking a lot about the land, so I wanted to put literal sort of geological fragments back into that landscape because a lot of the history is tied to oil and those land grabs that happened, also with the Osage tribe. So this is just an installation view at Microscope Gallery, and you can see this detail of how the image and the painting and the sort of ceramic shards work together. And another image, soft, receptive, and absolute. And I'm going to skip these. This is a film that I made in Sweden thinking about people who were not documented in the archives. So I went and I worked with recent migrants from the Congo and Cuba to move through specific notable points in the landscape and interrogate the history through folk music and gestures. And I'm going to skip this piece and sort of move forward because this is sort of related to the Tulsa work. This is a piece called Revolver. And I don't know if anyone is familiar with the town of Nicodemus in Kansas. So Nicodemus was a township that was settled in Kansas after the Civil War. And I went to Nicodemus and spoke with Angela Bates. And Angela just sort of, and Angela, I'd like to interview you about this history. And Angela happened to be a descendant of the original founders of this. and still live even at the time her and residents left, and I decided to incorporate her interviews with this sort of okay, I'll wait. I'll wait. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Pardon us, everyone. Our mics are having a little bit of issue getting the AV department to come down and address it.
Okay. Is this one any better? Okay, good. Thank you. So I interviewed Angela, and Angela, I said, Angela, I want to interview you about this Nicodemus history. And she said, okay, great. So I went to her home, and during the interview, she spoke about the history, but she also spoke about visions that she had and dreams that she had. And she spoke about these things in the same way and in the same plane that she spoke about the history of the place. So when I listened back to that audio and started to transcribe it, I started to think about this idea of psychogeography and what it means to sort of be tied to a place and how that sort of shapes your psychic landscape in relationship to the actual landscape of the place. And this piece came about. It was a piece that is filmed on 16 millimeter film from an archive that I made, and it was mirror projected on the floor. Oh. Is that working? Is that okay? Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulties. But I decided to, thank you, to project this on the floor, and I wanted to have this space where people walked around it. So the floor is constructed from chipboard, from OSB, and it's sort of in a quilted pattern, and you walk around the projection. I was really wanting to sort of emulate the open prairies of Kansas and recall some of those forms as you experience this Rorschach-like video on the floor. This is the latest work that I've worked on. It's called Makahia, and Makahia is a word in Tagalog in the Philippines that means shame or embarrassment. And my, in complicated history, my mother is from the Philippines and half Chinese, and my father was in the military and stationed at Clark Air Force Base in the 70s, where they met and where my brother was born. And I was thinking a lot about sort of this colonial history and traces of that history in connection with this plant. There's also a plant that is a touch-sensitive plant. So when you touch it, you might have seen these at the botanical garden. When you touch it, the petioles of the plant actually retreat and move away from your touch. So these plants have been studied for sentience, they've been studied for plant intelligence, for memory, and I was thinking about these plants in relationship to this sort of colonial history and the ways that it deeply impacts the Philippines and equally the United States. And I'm thinking a lot about this sort of sacred imagery. This is the site of a sacred cave in the Philippines. And the piece is very abstract and rooted in sound. this particular projection is at the Everson Museum in Syracuse, New York. And to get to where we are today here in the hot shop, I've had the privilege, thanks to Jabari's insistence, which is a rare thing that you get an opportunity as an artist to work in another medium, especially at this scale. So I've had the wonderful opportunity to be here with all of these incredibly talented artists and glassblowers and staff here at the Museum of Glass, who, you know, I haven't touched a thing except for picking out colors, and Gabe has helped a lot with that. But mostly, you know, I've just been admiring the incredible, you know, knowledge about this material of glass that everyone here has, and trying to soak it all up, you know, as much as I can. It feels like the beginning of embarking on another sort of artistic journey. I don't normally make, you know, these types of objects. So for instance, this is just one part of a 5-part apothecary vessel. And I don't know if anyone is familiar with these. You've probably seen them at vintage shops or drugstores or places like Cracker Barrel, if you things like that. But these apothecary vessels, they've been around for thousands of years, but they used to all be made by glass blowers, but they weren't necessarily considered to be, you know, forms of value. They were really meant to be functional, utilitarian forms that held medicines, that held dried plants, that held things that were meant to be spices and things like that, that were meant to be either decorative or medicinal. And at some point, this sort of, what I think is the American version of it, came along in the 1930s, which has this sort of colored liquid inside of it. And it was meant to signify to people who were illiterate that this was a place where you could get medical care, or that you were at a pharmacy. And I'm really interested in sort of this language of care, this language of who is cared for. Henrietta Lacks, going back to Henrietta Lacks, you know, might be sort of a full circle in the conversation, like thinking about how probably everyone in this room has benefited from a tuberculosis vaccine, a malaria vaccine, you know, maybe a COVID vaccine, but all of these different possibilities of livelihoods, of having a better quality of life, but she was not afforded that care herself, and her family was not necessarily afforded care. And so many people of color who have contributed to science and to health. I'm thinking also of Marion Sims and all of the work he did on enslaved black women without giving them any sort of you know, pain medication or numbing them. You know, these types of contributions that have shaped our current realities but don't necessarily translate. We still have incredibly high rates of maternal death in black women who are having babies, right, despite that research that was done on black women's bodies. And so I'm just thinking about these various aspects of care and who has access to it and how it sort of reverberates into this language, even if it's through this very abstract form. So I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those on. Sure.
I have a question about your work seems to be so much about research and also different places. When you go to a new place, do you view that as a jumping off point for inquiry about the history of that place or the history of the people there, and is that how you start your process?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that I don't know. Yeah, I feel like this is a question that comes up for artists all the time, and especially as an artist working in academia, people are like, "Well, what is your methodology?" And I'm like, "Oh no, you know, methodologies." I feel like really like I start a project by like through a listening process, through conversations with people in that place, and I'll read about it as well. But I feel like the most interesting things that I learn about a place are the things that are transmitted via rumor, or here's what happened here. Usually, people are sort of eager to share things that have happened there that they want to amplify themselves. And when somebody comes in, they share that or they'll keep relaying that. And there's also people who want their story known that will do that as well. And they'll say, here's something that happened to me, and they want to keep talking about it. So I feel like I'm just trying to, as an artist, like really keep my ear on the ground. I don't talk very much. I try to listen much more than I'm speaking, and just trying to pay attention to maybe the things that don't have the attention that they should. I mean, that's a very good question. I think also a very complicated question because the work is often obscure and abstract. And I'll talk about it, and people will say, well, how much about the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre do you want people to know? Because there's a lot of other things going on in here that I don't understand, right? And for instance, I'll go back to this to show you an example. So this work, the stills that I showed you from Solomon Sir Jones, was black and white footage, but here I've changed it to this red and green footage. And I'm interested specifically in that color combination because those colors are supposed to be impossible colors. Those are colors that the rods and cones are not supposed to be able to perceive at once. So I was interested in this sort of idea that this history could be right in front of us, and we could also be living through the traces of this history, but we're not able to see it, right? That somehow they've cleared all the land. At the time I moved there was hardly much in terms of a physical marker. There were some, but they weren't cared for. There weren't any monuments to people that I know of. And now there's an economy around the massacre, right? There's a museum. There's a lot of things called Greenwood, even though the people are gone, right? And that community is gone. And regardless of if they did not build a highway to purposely destroy that community or not, like those people are not going to be able to come back. And, again, with that sort of knowledge of diamond cutting or something, right? Like a lot of skills, a lot of ideas, a lot of sort of informal knowledge is gone. And sort of what do you do about those things? What do you do about like these moments? And in terms of history and telling, I feel like, even with the pieces that are across the hall, I ask the viewers to do a lot of work. And when I've been able to see people in the exhibition, a lot of people won't crouch down to see that work, right? And if you don't crouch down to see that work, then you don't see those faces, you don't see those portraits. So I feel like there's an effort that I'm asking the audience to do to engage, to be part of their sort of muscle memory as well.
Thank you. You spoke a lot about value and people their contributions that haven't been valued to our shared reality. And you also touched on AI and how AI is pulling into our reality as well. I'm wondering, as an artist, how do you advocate for your contribution in a world of AI?
Yeah, it's a very complicated question. I mean, one of the pieces that I showed has some AI in it, which is the last piece before the apothecary vessels. I'm just going to show you here. So this piece, Makahia, actually has some AI incorporated into it. It's something that I think most people wouldn't notice, but I also wanted to see as an artist if people would even notice. And it's kind of scary that they did not. You know, that they did not know that there was AI in this work. And it's really complicated, right? Because you have a writer's strike that happened where they're saying, hey, you know, my scripts and my television storylines are being plugged into this machine learning, and it's kicking out something that looks kind of like my work, right? And you have all these authors who are saying their novels and their poetry and their creative writing is being fed in, and it's kicking out something. And I think something that a lot of artists are really concerned about this, because I think for the average person, you know, there's a different level of art that is appreciated, right? Like, we appreciate, like, it doesn't have to be incredibly spectacular art or a really incredible television series for us to watch it. We'll watch a mediocre television series, right? And be like, oh, that was terrible. I binge watched this episode and this one was so bad and I can't believe this character did that. But it'll be watched, right? There's still an audience for it. And I think about this a lot, and you know, I think as artists we fail a lot. You know, we range from like a few things that might be really good and a lot of mediocrity and a lot of bad things that maybe never see the light of day, right? But do people know the difference between my failure and AI's failure? Probably not, you know? But I think also as an artist, it's very complicated to protect yourself, right? Because there's constantly an ask for your image, for your likeness. It's not just your work. It's also like the type of work you make. It's also your voice, like your literal voice they can use and plug that in, right? It's also your social media post or the facial expression you made, right? Can just be transplanted to someone else. And I think it's so complicated because there have been, you know, more DEI sort of focused advertising or hiring that was kind of short-lived, right? Post-Floyd, like I think that moment is well over, and we've sort of reverted back to something far worse now. But there were these things that came out a couple of years ago. I think it was Levi's that had an advertisement post-Floyd that was like diverse models, and all of them were AI-generated people, but it was impossible to tell. So it also means that people are not being compensated for what people would normally be compensated for in terms of labor, right? In terms of like modeling, in terms of photography, any sort of contribution. And that's frightening, actually, because there's no union for us, right? There's no union that sort of protects us. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. I tried to make it just seamless. I tried to work with it in the way that I would do it manually. And it was my first test in AI. I was like, why are people so excited about this thing? I'm so unexcited about this, actually, and I'm really annoyed by the overusage of it. So I think it's been actually very, very, very humbling to be in this space, right, where you see like this incredible craft happening. And it's such a contrast with like AI, right? And I'm like, will AI be able to do this? Like, will AI be able to do this? Oh, any last questions? Otherwise, thank you so much. Yeah.
Test, test, hello. Okay. Go out at all? Mm. Hello, hello, test, test, test. Hello, hello. this one hasn't ran out yet. The other one ran out, so it probably was batteries for that one.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're working with our guest artist, Crystal Campbell. We're sitting over there by the steel table. And she's working with a team of glass blowers to make her sculptures. Up on the big screen, you'll see a variety of artwork by our guest artist, Crystal Campbell. I don't know why I say Christian. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So inside each furnace, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like we're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass stick to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that original bubble with a layer of the colored glass. So we have a little video to show you how we apply the color. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we apply our color like that is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we melted blue glass in the big furnace, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make red, blue, green, whatever we want. So Sarah over there on the right has just coated her bubble. And now she's pushing the colored glass backwards towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. So we're going to be making more of these apothecary jars. We're working with designs from our guest artist, Crystal Campbell. Could we put up the drawing that we had before lunch? So we made the big bulbous central part just before lunch, and now I think we're going to make the part on top. I think. Yes. Lucky guess. Does anybody have any questions? No charge for questions. All the glass is going to look orange when the orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So the glass that Gabe just took out of the furnace, that's clear glass. When it came out, it looks like a bright yellow orange. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool. The orange disappears. That's the same physics that you're seeing here with the glass. Hi. If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass, we can pop them by spraying in water. Oh, how long does it take the furnace to heat up? The furnaces, the glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, they're on 24/7. We take about a week to heat them up when they're brand new, and a week to cool them off when they're done, and we keep them on for about 7 years. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open where we're in and out while we're working, those are only on during the working day. We turn those on an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. Neither. Okay. We get the glass in a form called batch, B-A-T-C-H, and batch is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients in there, all in the right proportions. We shovel it into the furnace, cook it overnight, they all melt together and make glass. There's 3 main ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. Has anybody got any questions? So everything we make today is designed by our guest artist, Crystal Campbell, the woman in the gray dress, over at the center of the workshop. And the actual glass pieces are being made by our resident team of glass blowers. Crystal is not a glass maker by trade, so when we have artists from outside of the glass world come, they and our team of glass makers. So the folks we're working with today are over on the right. The man in the hat is Gabe Feenan. Sarah Gilbert sitting down working the glass, and Ben Cobb in the light gray shirt. You guys have any questions? Can we put up how hot is it? So if you look up on the big screen, we can show you the temperatures of the different pieces of equipment. The orange temperatures are Celsius. The white temperatures are Fahrenheit. So right now, Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And then we're going to dip it back into the big furnace and coat it with more clear glass. Sarah's dipping her bubble into the big tank of glass. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. She's taken the pipe over to the pipe cooler. That T-shaped trough is called the pipe cooler. We lay the steel pipe in the trough and spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So now Sarah is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. That scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Yes, we have to build it up in layers. Whenever you dip it in, only a certain amount is going to stick. So you dip it in, blow up a little, let it harden. You dip it in again and get more on top of that. Basically accumulating enough glass to make whatever object we're making. When we have all the glass, then we'll blow it up to its full size and shape.
So how many dips does it take to get that much glass?
I don't know, 4 maybe?
So he's blowing and turning, right? It's gonna make it bigger.
Oh, I don't know, 5 maybe? What's the big deal about that? What?
How much roughly are they getting on each
A
dip?
bunch.
Like a
I don't know. I've never measured it. What?
Like a fist size maybe, or are they bigger
We
discs?
start out, we start out it's a little ball, then we blow it up a little, dip it again, then it's a bigger ball, and just when we're done, we're done. We don't measure it. Yes. We're working on black. That's a pad of wet newspaper. Just ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So nothing special, just folded up wet newspaper. I have no idea.
That's the cooling table.
What?
That's the rod cooling table.
Yeah, they were cooling the thing off. We use water in a lot of different ways. So. I think we're about to blow it up. So we're going to blow the bubble into a mold. The mold is called the optic mold. It has a ridged surface on the inside, and it's going to impart a ridged texture, much like the texture you see here. So the mold doesn't give us the final shape, it just gives us the ridged texture. So the man seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through the steel tube and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. He's shielding the glass blower's arm from the heat. You guys have a question? Yes. No. Torch is for focusing the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, we kind of heat it generally. When we need the heat here or here or here, we use the torch. No, no shaping. Heating. Just we want to focus the heat here, focus the heat here or here. We use a torch. The big round oven is for heating the whole thing in general. I've got a question. Yeah. There's a sort of paper looks like it's maybe magneted to the wall there. Is that what they're trying to make? Yes. That's it. White design. Yes. Inspiration picture for it. Well, that's a drawing by our guest artist that we're following. That's kind of the goal for today. Well, one of the things we're making today. Is that going to be that one? Do you know? Yes, we're making this the not the big bulbous part. We're making the little part on top. Yeah. A little louder. Yes, we're trimming it. So a lot of the processes here, we have to cut some of it off. So this ribbed texture, it's Gabe was telling me earlier on, it's very difficult to keep this rib texture straight. It wants to twist around, and so it's a bit of a challenge to keep it straight, but that's the way the artist wants it, straight. When he swings the glass like that, he's trying to make the bubble longer. The glass is soft, and the centrifugal force stretches the glass out. Yeah, it just stretches it. It stretches in one direction. So Gabe is blowing as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes the glass with a paddle. Yes. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. Do you guys have any questions? We don't get our sand particularly. We get what's called batch. It's like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients. We get it from a company in North Carolina. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? Let's see. So look up the big screen. These molds, they're called optic molds. They're metal, and they have a ribbed texture on the inside. We drop the bubble in and blow, and the bubble takes on the rib texture. Yes. What's the what?
Aluminum molds? What are they made out of? What's the
They're cast aluminum or bronze. That was cast aluminum.
So aluminum melting point is what, like 1600 degrees or something?
I have no idea, but it's
But it
mold.
doesn't get that
They're
hot.
like a big heat sink. They don't.
Right. Makes sense.
They don't melt when we blow a bubble.
No, you have to be sustained heat.
Can we put up the drawing again? So if you look at on the drawing, you see there's one big bulbous part. Then there's another smaller bulbous part that fits inside on the top. That's the one we're making right now. When we make the upper jars, the ones that fit into the lower, bigger ones, we make a little peg on the bottom, and that's going to fit into the big jar like a stopper. Anybody got any questions? Why do we use? Because they don't suck the heat out of the glass. If we use the metal, would suck the heat out of the glass. The wooden does not. That's generally why we use for all our wooden tools. It's usually some kind of fruit wood, cherry, pear, apple. The wood from fruit trees is dense, so it burns slowly, and it doesn't have much resin. Here in Washington State, we use a lot of cherry. Yes. Injuries? The big danger in the shop is nothing that you would imagine. It's not getting cut, it's not getting burned, it's not breathing chemicals. It's the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe. I wouldn't know. I'm just a tour guide.
What types of art pieces do they typically do? Do they like
Oh, it's all over
public
the
art,
map.
private art, commission pieces by people?
Everything, all over the map. Weird, wacky stuff, straightforward, pretty stuff. Um, you know, one day we can make an elephant, the other day we're making a apothecary jar.
So some stuff people are asking for, and some stuff just self-inspired. I want to make this for art.
Yeah, we have just over a period of a year.
Wow.
They come from all over the world. They have all different backgrounds. We work with Native American basket makers to put their patterns into glass. We work with poets, musicians. We've made instruments for.
Wow.
So we've made just about everything you can imagine.
So
We
is
make
this place in particular is pretty well known?
oh yeah, yeah.
Really, with Chihuly.
No Chihuly.
No Chihuly
No, he's not part of this place.
at all, ever.
Oh, he used to be.
Yeah.
Right in the beginning, but
Right, in the
no one.
beginning.
That doesn't make us popular now. That
Right.
was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
We don't credit Mr. Chihuly is an artist we admire a great deal, but we don't credit him for everything.
No, and I see it in the art too. You know, this is a glass museum, but it's not all Chihuly.
No. So we're going to transfer our apothecary jar from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Now the top of the jar is exposed. The top of the jar can now be heated and shaped. If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest for kids called Kids Design Glass. Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We have only one restriction. You have to be 12 or younger, not older, younger. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if you don't feel like drawing right now, you can just grab an entry form, do the drawing at home, and mail it in. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So I'm just going to show you some of the things that we made from the kids' drawings. So it's free to enter. If we pick your drawing, you can bring the whole family down. We'll make two of them, one for the museum and one for the kid to keep. story to go with it. That usually helps to win.
You got insider information. Oh, good question.
Yeah, so a good story, and it's sometimes even better than a good picture. Okay, that'd be good. Perfect. You got it. So now Ben is going to trim some of the thick glass off the top. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. So now Sarah's going to blow into the opening at the front. The tool in her hand is called a soffietta. It allows us to inflate the glass even after we've removed it from the regular pipe. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod and we'll put it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 925 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. So that's the annealer that we're using today, that big black oven. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. Sarah, in the big yellow gloves, will carry it to the annealer. And so we won't be able to see this thing till tomorrow. When they're ready to take it off, we'll take some tweezers, drip some water on the joint between the jar and the metal rod. Little tap will release it. We'll take a torch and melt the little edges where we broke it off. And then into our annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for our guest artist, Crystal Campbell, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feenan. I think the next thing we're going to do is make the base. Can we put up the drawing again? So we made the big round jar on the bottom. We make the little jar. I think next is going to be the base. Yes. Uh-huh. Yes. The glass underneath the table, little trimmings, are not properly cooled, so they cool very quickly and locks in the tension. Sometimes that glass explodes. Optic molded. And
Yeah, it's going to have these optic molding and everything
I have it on the big screen. We recycle our glass. We recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste because the big furnaces where we melt the glass is all clear, so we can throw clear back in there and melt it again, but we can't throw blue and red and green in there. Sir, how are you? Just asking how you are. Hi, how are you guys? Good, good. Do you guys have any questions? So, can we put up the drawing? So this is the drawing that we're working from. So next thing we're going to make is the base. We made the big bulbous part. Then we made the little smaller jar that fits into that on top. Now we're going to make the base, which will look something like these. And then we'll make the stopper, and later on we'll put them all together. Anybody wants to take pictures, knock yourselves out. So if you look on the big screen, you'll see Sarah Gilbert, sitting at the workbench. You'll see Gabe standing up. Gabe is heating up a chunk of these colored glass bars, and he's going to drop a big blob of the colored glass on Sarah's bubble, and Sarah's going to smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. We call this a color overlay or dropping color. So we apply color to each piece individually, and this way we can have any color we want, anytime we want. Sarah's shaping the glass using a tool called the block. Sarah is the woman on the far right at the workbench. When he starts to shape it, when he starts to blow it up, he'll lean the jacks on it, and they'll click, 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 as if the surface is rippled. It makes a nice bit of sound. Yeah, I mean, it's a way, a little way. Typical sound that they do. Also, our guest artist is recording some of the sounds in the glass shop, so we've cut the music temporarily. Does anybody have any questions? They are making. Could we put up? Oh, we can't put it up there. It's the piece that's drawn on that metal shield where the thermometer is, right above it. No, they're making the base, so it's going to look something like this base here. You guys have any questions? You can't really burn it. You can melt it. You could boil it, but it doesn't really burn. Yeah, I mean, if you boil it, it starts to get kind of milky. But so it's it's kind of a liquid, so it doesn't really burn. It gets hotter, and then it boils. If it gets even hotter than that, it starts to evaporate. Oh, maybe a quarter inch. So Ben is getting the bubble really hot. We're going over to a mold called the optic mold. It's a cast metal mold. We blow into it. The interior of the mold has these ridges in it. And it gives the glass this ridge surface, which is going to look kind of like this you see here when it's all blown up. So Gabe is sitting to the left of the workbench. He's the guy. That's what the sound I was. Does anybody have any questions? When he swings the glass like that, we're trying to make the bubble longer. The glass is soft, and the centrifugal force will stretch out the bubble. Oh, I like that. No. Has anybody got any questions? Do you guys have any questions? So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the bubble for our base from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Gabe in the hat is preparing the punty. We'll stick it onto the, which will be the top of the base, and we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll take our tweezers, dip them in water, whip a little water where we want the glass to break, and a sharp tap on the pipe, and off it should come. So now it's held from the top. The bottom is exposed. The bottom can now be heated and shaped. Contrast is good. No, don't ruin that. On it, but we don't want it to like melt in. We just brush it off and the brush burns. Like when we're picking stuff up on those ceramic plates, they're covered with a flavored mud to keep the glass from sticking to it. So when you, sometimes the glass has a little bit of that clay on it, and so we just brush it off. Because if we get the glass really hot again, then those little particles of clay will actually stick.
Yeah.
So now Ben is widening the opening. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He presses it against the inside of the opening and makes the opening bigger. grab all the pipes and put them into the steel can. And there's like a little clanking of the pipe.
The flat
They're big.
paddles.
There's big pads with handles on them, and we use them like if we want to have a flattened profile. We squish the glass. I usually don't drown. To make it oval or something.
Coming out.
There we go. So we spun the glass in the heat, and the sides of our open bubble spread out flat. We'll push them in a little bit. So it's not, it's just a little bit, not completely flat. And this will be the base of one of the sculptures. So we're pretty much done with this base. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to put it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Once again, we'll use water to break the glass off the metal pipe. We'll take the tweezers to break. Ben's checking the diameter. Drip a little water where we want the glass to break. Give the pipe just a little tap, and it should come off. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Crystal Campbell, our guest artist, and the Museum of Glass Hot Top team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, and Sarah Gilbert. Anybody got any questions? I think we'll probably make the stopper next. Can we put up the drawing again? So this is the drawing that we're working from. We've made the base, we made the big, larger section, we made the smaller section that goes on top, and now we're making the stopper. So this will be solid rather than blown. in the center bench, we've blown what looks like a little bowl almost. We call that a color cup. And we're going to fill it up with clear glass. So we're going to make the stopper, and we want it to look like it's entirely made out of colored glass. We don't have any colored glass in our furnace, so we blow a little colored bowl. We call it a color cup, and then we fill it with clear. And then we have a solid glass with a layer of color on the outside, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's made out of solid color. So we'll take the color cup off the metal pipe. Sarah will place it in a little stand. And then Ben will come over with his glass and stuff it inside. So now we have a big solid chunk of glass with the color on the outside. And we're going to make that into our stopper for one of these big iPathicary. The stoppers are like this. So there's no bubble in that glass. It's solid. I'm going to start to shape it with the newspaper. It's just folded up a wet newspaper. Can we put up the newspaper photo? Nothing fancy. So this, well, it's actually the air that's between the sheets of newspaper that creates the insulation. So we fold it up a bunch of times, so there's maybe 30 layers, and it's the little bit sheets of air that are between each of the layers of paper that creates the insulation. How are you? There you go. That's right. I gotta leave. So Ben is shaping the stopper according to the drawing by our guest artist, Crystal Campbell. We put up the full drawing again. So if you look sort of near the top, there's the stopper, and they have a little arrow and shows you what she wants for the shape of the stopper. You guys have any questions?
What is being made is a stopper that will go in something this large, or is there going to be a stopper that
we made that drawing you just saw. We made all those parts today.
Okay.
They were all in that oven over there, and this stopper is going to go into the top one.
Great.
So all the rest of that is made. This is the last piece.
Are these separate pieces like this that are going to have to be, like, are these going to be joined to something else again so they can sit?
The bases, they were out here earlier.
There's some down there that I think.
The bases are going to be glued on, the ground polished and glued,
Okay.
and then the different jars will be stacked as we grab them. The bottom of each jar has a little peg that becomes the stopper for the jar underneath. You guys have any questions?
What happens with the pieces that you guys make here today?
Well, our guest artist takes most of them home. She'll leave one piece for our permanent collection and one piece for our annual auction. Everything else she'll take home with her. And it'll probably end up, she's having an exhibition in the fall at the St. Louis Art Museum. So a lot of this stuff will end up in that exhibition, I imagine. You've already got a guide. There you go. Oh, the whole home team. I'm trying to be conscientious and catch all the stragglers. There are two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens. Those are called glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with the torches. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the glory hole, it kind of heats it up more generally. When we need the heat in one specific place, we use the torches. Glass is a very poor conductor of heat. In fact, it's an insulator, which is good for us. So when we soften one part of the glass, we can get one part hot and soft and shape it, and the rest of the form stays untouched. The torch in Ben's hand is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It allows us to get one small area of the glass extra hot, extra quickly. You guys have any? start with melted glass in the big furnace. Got a big, it's like honey. These are just, we melt a little sponge to get a layer of color. So I'm going to have to excuse myself. I've got to go to a meeting. But watch these guys, they're really good.
Hello, hello, hi, sorry. Our MC abandoned us. You guys probably were wondering what we did there, huh? Well, we were making a stopper for one of these apothecary vessels. So something like this. But if we were to take this solid glass and just lay it down in the oven, there's a good chance that it might pick up some texture in there. There's like a ceramic fiber blanket in there. If we were to lay this solid thing down on there, it was a little hot. If it was a little hot, it just might mark up a little bit. So what we did is we just put a little glass on the metal table there, stuck it in there so it'll stand up in the oven. And then when it's all finished, that'll just be cut off in the cold shop with a diamond tipped saw blade. So yeah, we're kind of coming to the end here of Crystal Campbell's 5-day residency. We've been making all these different apothecary vessels. So these are gonna be stacking. So like this one will go inside of here. This will get this green foot. It'll be glued on basically when the glass is cold. Both of these will be ground nice and flat, and then we'll use an archival adhesive to glue these together. And then this will just sit inside of there. We've taken caliper readings of all this, so that'll fit, and then the stopper goes in there. So they're meant to kind of, I'm not sure exactly how she's going to use them, but they're modeled after old apothecary vessels. Can I answer any questions real quick? We're just kind of wrapping up. I think we're going to blow a bubble into one of these copper cages over there. So she's woven some copper. We're going to blow a little bubble into there and just kind of, this one is kind of more experimental. Glass and copper have a very similar coefficient of expansion, so they kind of contract and expand at about the same rate, so they should be able to cool together. You got a question? Say it loud. You got to say it loud. The question was, when we blow a bubble into the glass, do we use a tool or do we use our mouth? Our mouth is the tool. Yes. About how long does it take for what? Oh, an asteroid sculptor? Oh, an average size. It all just depends on how complex it is. I can make a little horse about this big in about 45 seconds. We've spent 8 hours on one sculpture before, like from morning till evening. And then sometimes like we'll make parts for things and then spend the whole day assembling it. So sometimes they take a couple days. It all just depends on your skill level too. I mean, when I first started to make something like this, after about 2 years of blowing glass, it took me maybe, something like this would take me about an hour and a half. Now, maybe after doing this for almost 28 years, maybe 15 minutes. So it's all, what you guys don't really see here is like how much the glass is actually moving. When we're turning, everything looks on center, but when this glass is extremely hot. I'll show you guys, give you an example of kind of how fluid the glass is when it first comes out of the furnace. So one of the hardest things about glass blowing is keeping everything on center. So like I'm turning this, if I stop turning this, you can see it, just how liquidy it is. It's very, very liquidy. So I mean, that's the hottest that it is, coming straight out of the furnace. But when we're getting these, things hot to blow them up, if we were to stop turning, it would literally drip onto the floor. So, that all comes with doing this every day for a long time. I'll get your question in 1 minute. Let me just put this away. All right, shout it out. What's inside the furnace? When the furnace is full, there's about almost 900 pounds of glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? So that's kind of a cross section. There's just a high silica content crucible, basically, like a big pot. And then there's molten glass in there. So when that thing gets low, we have two of those furnaces. We have one over there, one over here. So yesterday, we just refilled that one. We're going to show you the charging the furnace video. It'll kind of explain how we refill those things. Can we play charging the furnace, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So yeah, we have two furnaces here at the Museum of Glass, very large furnaces. Where I used to work, like where I first started, we have maybe 200, 300 pounds in per furnace. Did you say what metal? Sorry, it's so loud down here. There's actually no metal inside the furnace. It's a high silica content ceramic brick. So it's kind of a brick that's made out of one of the components of glass. Silica is the main component of glass. Silica is basically sand. So they're ceramic bricks with a high silica content. So they're probably rated to maybe 5,000 degrees they would melt. Yes. This machine? This machine is called the garage. So the garage is a small natural gas fired oven that is used to keep things warm, not too hot. If you were to take room temperature glass, introduce it to that 2200 degree glory hole, it would thermally shock and blow up. So with the garage, like say we were making something with multiple parts on it, like say we were going to put like clamshells all over this. We'd make the clamshells first, put them in this garage, keep them at about 1,000 degrees, and then we can take those clamshells out and introduce them to the really hot fire and add them onto these. So it just keeps things warm. We're using it to heat up the color too. So we have these different bars of color inside of there. They're heated to about 1,000 degrees. The hot side of the garage is about 1,100 degrees. The cold side is about 850, 900. So when we want to warm something up, we move it to the left side, the hot side. There's a flame on this side, and it kind of curls around in here. What is what? The thing on the end of her pipe? The big glowing chamber? That's called a glory hole. That's where we're reheating the glass. So it's just like this one, but a little smaller. So this one is pretty big. If we're making something really big, we open these doors up. So inside of there, it's about 2100 to 2200 degrees. And so yeah, when we start making really big things, it's really hot. We wear shorts pretty much all year round. It's about 75 degrees in front of the glory hole. Very comfortable. What makes it so hot in there? Natural gas and forced air and insulation. So you can get a campfire hot enough to burn glass or to melt glass if you put a little dome, even if you don't put a dome over it, if you fan it really good, or if it's like a fire on a beach where it's really windy, that temperature can get up in the middle there, about 2,000 degrees. So, and if you were to cover it, like it's a really small area in there, it's actually costs a lot more to heat this building than it does to run these furnaces, because you're heating a very small area to a hot temperature. Actually, it uses very little gas. Our furnaces now, they're very efficient, and they don't use a lot of fuel. Why do we use the glory? Why do we use this? Why do we use this more than that? You're not talking about this torch? Or this? This torch? This torch. Why do we use, I still can't understand your question, sorry. Can you hear him? Why is she using that furnace over there instead of this one? Here, check it out. This torch we use, this one's only about 2,100 degrees. 23 maybe. So this gives it kind of a fluffy heat. If we want something really, really hot in a small area, we use this one. This one we can get up to about almost 6,000 degrees. So that's really hot. That'll boil the glass. Is that what you were asking? I gotta help these guys in a minute. I'm gonna have to blow for them. It's just efficiency, yeah. There's other ways you can light. You can light this torch with the glass. You can use a little sparker, but usually we just use this little map gas torch, a little plumber's torch. Does anybody else have any questions? Thank you. Any other questions before we leave? Thanks for coming.